Oh, well, it helps if I start streaming. Okay, there we go. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. It is the one, the only Reality Check. RH Jr., Ralph Edward Hayes Jr., freelance artist, cartoonist, and panhandling bum. Coming to you live with his barely live audience on Spleen Squeezins. Throw money in the lobby. Thank you. Let's see here. I've got lag here, so I'm watching this boot up. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, I get to can't turn off the audio to me, and I could monitor what I'm doing. 3, 4, 5. But there. Oh, well, that helps. That works. I just turn off the audio. That way I can watch what I'm doing. I can see what I'm doing without. If I leave the audio on, I hear myself talking to myself, and I get confused. It's worse than being. Everybody talks about how an echo chamber. You know, I don't understand why an echo chamber has become a metaphor for everybody agreeing with you and you know, in this nice, comfortable environment. Because I've been in an echo chamber where my audio plays back right into my ear, and I can't talk because literally it shuts down the language centers of my brain to hear what I was saying 3 seconds ago. And within 3 seconds, I'll be like, the word that's coming out of my mouth, they're going back into the back of my head, and it's getting kind of confused. Well, let's see. Stop streaming. It's set live. It's on live. It's right there. It's live. You are live. Ingestion settings. There it is. Influence settings. Advanced. Enable live chat. Automatically block. I don't know what setting I am missing. It's on live. And still, hearing my own voice echo back into my ears doesn't help. I even check the settings here to make sure that you know, eliminate lag, and it still lags. So what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Okay, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Eek. Okay, thank you. That may not have been a good idea because now I'm getting the recursive zoom. Let's see. Can I hear myself? Set it on live. Turn on the audio. And can I hear myself? Can I hear myself? Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Am I live? Eek! Okay, thank you. That may not have been a good idea. It isn't working. I don't know. I did. I hit live. I just hit live now, and it's still lagging. In fact, I'd probably better turn it off just so I don't end up with the tunnel of time going through my screen. You know. Please stop. You're confusing me. Okay. Pulling up the most recent page. I am sorry about Friday. Got back late, and I was, you know, just. I got in plenty of time, but I just went and crashed out. So it's been a long weekend. Did you miss me? But I'm back. Okay, I've been going to the. This has been my. Today was my third visit to the health clinic, to South Health, where they are wrapping my legs. and with bandages and stuff, and trying to make them shrink. And we seem to be making progress. My leg's a little bit smaller. I'm still not staying with, I'm still not keeping my feet elevated long enough, often enough, because I'm not stopping in the middle of the day. I'm supposed to stop 4 or 5 times in the middle of the day, which means I have to get up from this computer, go over and sit down in my recliner and stare at the ceiling for a half hour. And I keep going, oh, I'll do it in a little bit. I'll do it in a little bit. I'll do it in a little bit. Wait a minute. When was it midnight? How did it become midnight? I don't remember that. And it's not real. Well, you get the idea. Anyway, doggone it, and I've got to get a new charger thingy for either my tablet or my laptop. Oh, I need to get into the habit of working with my tablet or laptop and getting used to. And of course, with a tablet, there's just some things aren't going to fly. Oh, look at this. Let's see here. Is this one ordered? Which one? How do I find out which tablet I own? My stylus for my pen. I ordered one and it arrived and it doesn't work with the pen with this tablet. It's the wrong model. How do I find out which tablet I own? This is kind of important. Thank you. And that products. Bamboo. It's a bamboo model. That's not it. Product advisor. Creative stylus. Still not it. Let's see, products. Bamboo stylus. That's not it either. Apparently my stylus is... Apparently my bamboo, my Wacom tablet is out of date. Old-fashioned. Apparently they don't produce it anymore. I don't know. Let's see here. Back up a little bit. MTV 450. How do I find out which one is which? I've got my tablet, but I don't have it. Sorry about that. It's written back here, model MTE 450A. Du hast nicht. Let's see here. Very in German, apparently. Look at that.
Yes, after shopping cart.
Hold on here a second. As much as they are asking for that stupid stylus, actually, I do have a spare stylus, which I keep with my laptop. If it comes down to that, I will use that. It's a good bit older. I picked it up on eBay, so well, we'll see about that. Stop that. This is Magic Metals. This is a place where you can buy coins. Gold and silver coins. I recommend you do it. I have not purchased metals myself, any new metal myself, in some time. That's a foolish thing to do. I'd say at least once a page, take $20. An ounce of silver is right now $19.63. It's a way to save your money in a very stable form. Don't think, it helps to think of it as not wasting, it's not a vanity purchase or wasting money. It's putting your money into a form that is very durable, very reliable. We are talking I love these intellectuals who say we've supposedly sort of evolved past the use of gold and silver or something. Apparently they think like that. Or they try and argue that, in a crisis, people won't be asking for gold and silver. They'll be asking for canned food and shotgun shells. Yeah, if you're in a sci-fi novel. I hate to break it to you, but human civilization has collapsed multiple times over the past 6,000 years. This is not even close to the first time this sort of thing has happened. And in incredibly dire circumstances, gold and silver still retain their value as a commodity to trade with. I mean, gold and silver have outlasted every other monetary system known to man. It's outlasted thousands of fiat currencies, literally. It is outlasted every other method man has come up with to store and transmit value. And short of an asteroid made of solid gold crashing into the ocean, it's going to stay that way. Short of gold and silver coins over the continents of the world, it's still going to stay that way because it is a fairly rare commodity. It is desirable by about every human civilization known to man. It is durable, long-lasting, and the amount in circulation, the amount in circulation on the planet is incredibly stable. And short of the 7 years tribulation, I don't think there's ever going to be a time when gold and silver suddenly become nearly worthless. Any metal has value, use, utility. As you point out, what about copper? Yeah, copper, tin, zinc. But if you're looking to store the most value per pound, gold and silver. The only thing that's going to make gold and silver stop being useful as a currency, even in a crisis, I mean, just as the buildings are going up in flames, middle of a crisis, people will still, it's self-evident that gold retains its value in the fact that people in the middle of a firebombing of a city will stop to grab a fistful of gold coins. You can say it's a it's a terrible commentary on human nature, but it's also a commentary on the stability of gold as a commodity. I think it's interesting that God describes the New Jerusalem in Revelation. The New Jerusalem is described as several foundations of precious stones, streets of gold so pure it's likened to glass. I don't, I've heard some people say, gold, truly pure gold is as transparent as glass. I'd have to ask an actual physicist about the science of that. I suspect that they're mistaken. I think that may be a metaphor for how pure it is. Remember, this was written in the time of ancient Rome. The collapse of the Greek economic system could not be a long ago memory, and corrupted metals were probably very common. Denatured gold coins, coins that were cut with copper, and things to try and. I think it was a commentary on how. I think it was meant to be a metaphor that God makes the streets of gold to show that His treasures will be uncorroded, uncorrupted, unpolluted, and undiluted throughout eternity. Make of that what you will. It's just an idea that occurs to me. I wish I was a real Greek, scholar, somebody who studied Greek and Hebrew fastidiously, so I could do comparison of the translations. See what word they use there for like glass. See if that bears any fruit. But I do not know why I opened this product up. I do not know. Cannot remember. Page to my Magnus Studio. I'm feeling rather guilty right now. I mean, 3 days without drawing diddly squat. The more I think, the more I self-analyze my reactions to certain situations and conditions, and I think I'm really screwed up. I really do. I think I'm really, really in the head. That I've got a head full of subconscious fears and phobias and conditionings, and I'm just a mess because I experience emotional swings that seem to have no connection to what I'm thinking about, what I'm talking about, what I'm doing. It's really confusing sometimes, and it's upsetting. These feelings, I get this strange. I started working on this page just now, and I started getting this strange feeling of anxiety, just free floating out there for no reason. And I'm like, what, God? Is there something wrong out there? And whether it's God or my subconscious, I start going over a list of all the things that are wrong in my life, and the next thing I know, I'm on a death spiral. The human heart is how does the verse go? The human heart is deceitful more than any other creature. I think this is what God probably meant. Is that this is what this is what was meant by that phrase. Is that just the strange. A person with emotional problems can't trust their own feelings. That's a terrifying thing. You realize that your feelings, your emotions, are part of the God-given set of senses by which you interpret the world around you. They're just as vital to you in their own way as sight, hearing, sense of smell for for detecting problems, seeing, sensing that you are in danger, recognizing that you are in need of something being fixed. And when they start misfiring, when you can't understand them anymore, but they are more easily misled than any other sense in your body, and just as your eyes can be misled with optical illusions, and your sense of balance can be fooled by spinning you in a circle. If your emotional senses are screwed up, if your mental processes are interfered with, you have got a serious problem. It is same as if you were trying to operate with, trying to run a maze blindfolded, because you're getting all these false signals. Anxiety, depression, in particular, panic attacks and the like. That is, I've had those. I've experienced what I can only describe as panic attacks. They've happened often, at the very edge of falling asleep. And I cannot describe the sense of disorientation sufficiently. It's like I can't begin to describe it. It's like falling down a well. Like it was like like sleep paralysis in reverse. I have sleep problems sometimes, and there'll be times where I lie there and lie there and lie there, and the panic sets in, because it's almost like I can sense, like I can feel my brain, parts of my mind turning off. Yet other parts are fully conscious. It's like sleep paralysis for your mind, and I've gone into absolute hysterical panics over it. I will start gabbling in shock, and I'm not even sure I can even adequately describe the experience. But I will resort to just the only thing I can do is I start repeating verses, hymnal verses, the Lord's Prayer, the Romans Road, just messages in the Bible about salvation, and the promise that God would save those, because it feels like I am sliding into oblivion. Mind first. It's an absolutely terrifying experience. I can only wonder if other people having panic attacks have something similar, or if it's unique to each person. It's absolutely terrifying. It's absolutely terrible. Well, I just sit or stand or pace in a circle, just repeating the passages out of the Bible like a mantra until my brain to speak metaphorically, until my brain can get a foothold again. I'm not sure what causes it. I don't know if it's, but anyway, it's terrible. We rely on our feelings so much, and God had to tell us to not trust our feelings about a lot of things, especially about things that He said. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not to thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge Him, and He shall direct thy paths. That's, step number one. It's, this is why we're conscious, we're cautioned that the human heart is deceitful above all other creatures. Your emotions, your feelings, you can feel absolutely damned, like the common refrain you hear from a lot of new converts is, I don't feel like a Christian. Of course, that begs the question, what does a real Christian feel like? And the only answer you can give is not like this. More pure, more clean, I don't know, more pure, more clean, more righteous. More sure of things. More certain, more confident, less tempted. We're told over and over again, don't trust your heart. And I think this is the reason why, is because human beings are incredibly susceptible to having their senses, including their emotional ones, deceived. Feelings, we're cautioned not to trust our feelings because our feelings blast right past our logic like it was standing still. Wearing his hat, yes. He was wearing his hat. That hat, I swear, putting a hat on a creature with great big honking huge ears like that, has been an interesting exercise over the years. I've come up with some really cheap, crappy solutions to it. Nothing seems to quite work. It's one of the more peculiar troubles I have is these strange emotions that pop up in the middle of things. In most Christian literature, these random emotions are treated as if they're messages from God. The narrator was saying, I was preparing to do X, Y, and Z, but I had the strangest feeling that I shouldn't do it, and then I followed the leading of the Spirit, etc., etc., etc. And oh, hold up. Maybe you ought to not be in a rush to credit God with something you don't know where it came from. You know? Your strange instinctive feelings do not a decree from on high equate. No, leave that to the Catholics and their Pope. I don't know how they can stand that. I don't know how they can stand that. The Catholics. They think that the Bible is a handbook of suggestions and that the Pope is the last word. And yet, every 50 years, well, what? How often? How long does it take a Pope to croak? 50 years on average. Every 50 years, you got a new guy in there who's going to change things around to suit himself. And the crazy thing is that the Catholic, who was a devout follower and praised for his devotion to the teachings of the Church, just 10 years, the year before, suddenly becomes a heretic when the new Pope proclaims the teachings of the last Pope were incorrect. Heinlein had a field day with that. There was Robert Heinlein and another science fiction author. They both wrote stories about a modern atheist ending up in who was it that wrote the Divine Comedy? What's Dante in Dante's Inferno? In he wakes up dead. He dies and wakes up in hell, in Dante's hell. And in fact, it takes him it takes him a good portion of the book to convince himself that it really is hell, because it's so ridiculous to him. Even though he's being tortured, he's even though he's being tortured, it's so it's so exact to Dante's description that he is partway convinced that he's been abducted by aliens who are imitating Dante's Inferno to torture him. Because no serious theologian believes that Dante's portrayal of hell is even remotely accurate. It was a socio-political commentary. It was a satire. And I believe I don't know whether this was original to Dante, but it comes up in the story and its sequel. They go through the narrator on his journey to try and find an escape from hell. Passes through the ring where heretics and infidels, the heretics are false teachers. They're where the heretics are either trapped in tombs full of fire, or they're wandering among the tombs. And one in particular was a man who had been a devout follower, a devout Catholic man, but the teachings of the new Pope, he had rejected them because they were so radically opposed to the theology that he himself had been taught. And so this guy, who had been a devout Catholic his entire life, and there you are in hell. How would you like to live with a religion where the fate of your soul depended on whether you were up to date with the arbitrary maunderings and mutterings of a theologian thousands of miles away, living in a castle in Rome? I just can't imagine living like that. Or the working under the assumption that your immortal soul's fate is perpetually up in the air, and that one mistake on your part can throw the check balance from saved to damned. No, that's. I could go on for hours, and I'm not going to, but. Anyway, it's just, no. Now I've wandered completely off topic, and I have no idea where I am. Trust not in thine own heart, lean not to thine own understandings. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. I make no apologies to any Catholics in the room. You are, I'm saying this out of compassion. I am saying this out of Christian compassion. You are not following the teachings of the Bible, and it should alarm you that the first excuse that the Catholic Church makes for not following the teachings of the Bible is that it is less important than what the Pope of the week says. Meanwhile, the Bible itself says anybody that adds to or takes away from the words of this book, God have pity on them, because the torments of the punishments of that book will be added unto them. He will blot their name out of the book of life, because they have rejected him in favor of Ever their mortal teacher says. That goes for the Mormon. That goes for every other religion. That goes for the Mormons. That goes for the Seventh-day Adventists. That goes for anybody that teaches anything but what the Bible says about Jesus and about what a man must do to be saved. And that's it in a nutshell. That's it in a cold, hard nutshell. These things are written that ye may know that you are the children of God. You see, the Catholics call that the sin of presumption. Believing that you are, believing that you can even know that you are going to heaven. But the Bible says otherwise. Can know, and we do know. We will doubt because we are human. But we know because His Word says so. And His Word doesn't change with our feelings or our hormonal imbalances or our neurological troubles or our psychological issues or our feelings. That should be an immense comfort to anyone who is a believer. The promise is a promise of life. I pray continually to God that He will forgive me for my unbelief, for my doubt, for letting my feelings control my thinking. This is, my prayer is the same as the father of that dying child. I believe, God, help thou mine unbelief. Confess our sins. He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Not part, not some, not just for this week, but all. Backed into a corner when your feelings when your feelings of doubt and fear and uncertainty and anxiety are trampling over your soul, all you can do is fall back on those words. They're supposed to be a written promise, as sounder than any contract written by man. So, you got nothing else. Let's see. I had somebody come in with a late commission for the story arc. Yeah, people forget Dante's Inferno was a political satire. It was. Very political. It wasn't supposed to be a religious writing. It was a attack against his political enemies. But too many people actually, honest to God, think that Dante's Inferno is a accurate portrayal of what hell is like. Page, this is lifehack.org. This is not what I'm thinking of when I think of life hacks. These are all, most of these are, inspirational quotes and crap. Which, fine, great, inspirational quotes. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for, it's never too late to start on your education, or dream big. The world is made of big dreams, or anything like that. I'm looking for, here's an easy way for you to get that ring out of the drain in the sink. That kind of life hack, These people who write these motivational posters couldn't couldn't get a jar off the lid off a jar of mayonnaise to save their life. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let's see here. Life hackables. I quit going to life because, well, lifehackable.com is nice. It's a. I don't know if it's a Tumblr or what you call it, but apparently Tumblr has gotten this case of social justice warrior herpes thing. Every tosser on Tumblr has got to do at least half a dozen articles about, oh, women are so poorly treated, feminist crap, okay, and schmoozing and white knighting, and it's worse every single day. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. What is the stereotypical? What is this? This redheaded. They photographed her. What she was doing? She was at some political rally with her dyed, her Kool-Aid red hair, and her black square frame glasses. All men need to die, kind of thing. I mean, just off, off the ramp and flying away. And she has literally become the stereotype. Let's see. Here she is. Look at that. Look at. You notice how many of it is brilliantly colored hair and square glasses. What the hell? They all look the same, and they're all appalling. This one here, the one with the one, look at that, just vivid red. That nature indicates a toxic animal in nature. And they all have it. Well, you just want to go, thank you, Jesus, for giving him an instinct to self-identify with human color, with natural coloration, you know what I'm saying? Let's see here now. Oh, I love this argument. Have you ever heard this one? The French zone doesn't exist. Women don't owe you shit. Okay, let's talk about that. No, the French zone. It's interesting that feminists interpret men. Oh, I mean, it's so sad. You see these guys that would be by less kind individuals called beta males. They're there whenever the girl needs them. They're there when she's in trouble. They're there when she's broken up with somebody. They're there. She has her birthday and nobody remembers it. They're on the doorstep with with a bouquet and a cake, and they're doing everything under the sun that modern culture says they should do to win a woman's heart. And this chick is on the internet taking selfies and go, best friend ever. He's like a brother to me. He's better than a brother. He's the best friend ever. I don't know what I'd do without him. Hopefully pick up a clue. And the feminists come out, and men call this the friend zone. Because this poor guy is just it's obvious he wants to be more to this girl than just a friend. But she's going to keep him there. She's going to string him along because as long as he's in the friend zone, he's her bitch. She may not even be consciously aware of it, but she does it. Because as long as she keeps him in the friend zone, she's got him on a string. Let's talk in Twilight terms, okay? Twilight terms. The werewolf guy is in the friend zone, okay? The useless prat, the vampire guy, vanishes out of her life for no reason. And Bella's all wandering around all suicidal and all this other crap. And here comes werewolf guy to be her strong, manly shoulder to lean on, you know, with the six pack and buff, you know, and and throughout the entire series, she strings him along because he's there. He's reliable. He's the fallback guy. But he's a good friend. He's a friend. But feminists interpret men trying to get out of the friend zone. You wanna have sex with it. We don't owe you sex just because you're nice. Well, yeah, I really want to stick it into that now. I would not have sex with bitchy feminists any sooner than I would take my wiener and stick it in a running pencil sharpener. The end result would be the same. Only a women, you know, these feminists are supposed to be all about equality, but they are the ones who think of it in terms of being after sex. They are the ones who think of it as men trying to get one over, you know, if you know, they're trying to be nice to, because they think we'll owe them some coochie. They're the ones who are thinking in terms of sex. These poor guys here, if all they'd been after was sex, they could have ditched this bitch, found a floozy somewhere else in the high school gym, and banged her behind. And don't tell me they couldn't. And failing all else, there are girls down the corner who'll give it away for a few bucks. Dear feminists, your vagina is not gold-plated. Okay? Your coochie's not gold-plated, and your nipples aren't, and your nipples don't lactate beer. So, no. No man is going to subject himself to the constant pain and misery of being in the friend zone just because he wants to climb your rack. He can get all the coochie he wants down at a strip bar. And let's be, I know I'm probably shocking people. He said these words? Look up this phrase in the Bible, him that pisseth against a wall. Okay, I'm being blunt here because apparently vague, indirect words aren't getting through the battle plate of stupidity. All right? I'm sorry, but no. Why? No. It's not the men who are defining this in terms of sex. It's the feminists. I don't know where they got the idea that every man on the planet is desperate to get into their panties. I've seen these feminists that you have to be desperate. Okay, there are endangered species that are not that desperate, okay? Anyway, lifehackable.com used to be a chain of useful useful little bits of information like little tips and tricks and ideas, like everything from this guy who showed how he made a do-it-yourself in-ground trampoline. I think that's kind of clever, because that way you don't fall when you miss. You sort of hop up, so less injury. Okay. Tips for romantic date ideas. Nifty things you see around the old pizza vending machine. It assembles it's a pizza vending machine. It picks the toppings and he actually bakes it for you right there. Look, hello, minimum wage people. This is where your job is going. And lobbying for $15 an hour isn't going to slow it down. In fact, it's going to speed it up. They've got machines that can assemble hamburgers already. They've had them for centuries, almost. They've had them for years. All those prepackaged sandwiches you buy in the frozen food section, they haven't got people lined up. They don't have Subway sandwich engineers lined up at these factories assembling these. They got a machine. And then out it goes, I always wanted a hammock. Never get a hammock. I don't think if I tried to hang up a hammock in my house, I'd probably buckle the walls the instant I jumped in it. 400 pounds. So much for this. Okay. Anyway, this site used to have lots and lots of little tips. On how to make your life a little bit easier, things you could do, gadgets you could buy that would make things simpler. But then more and more of these posts became occupied by this guy, Just Tom. The internet is swarming with metrosexual white knights, and we have just found their king. Every one of his posts is him just licking boot for oh, girl, you're so beautiful. Girls, you're beautiful inside, no matter what you like outside. And the usual SJW approved how to suck up to a woman like a true beta. Basically this guy, this androgynally groomed guy, trying to prove to the internet, how enlightened a modern feminist he is. And I'm like, I don't want to see this guy. Where is this? Where's the information on how to patch a tire? Where's the information on 15 uses for toothpaste? Come on, where is this? List of 20 nifty websites. Where are you? No, it's another article by Beta Male number 1. And now they haven't updated in months. They've been keeping his face up at the top of the column, and that's just enough to set me off my lunch. I mean, the last really interesting ones were the Halloween ones. it's hard to find actual advice. You know. All right, all right, all right. I'll lay off it. I'll lay off it. Panic. I'm not going to disturb your ambiguous afternoon with any pointed issues in reality. Wouldn't want to disturb anybody's nap. But, I've got very little to say about My Little Pony. There's no, and I'm still, I'm still slogging along on the next chapters of my fan fictions. Just not really writing that much right now. I haven't written anything in Chronicles in months, almost a year. Basically because I think the story really just isn't congealing. It's not folding together right, if you follow what I'm saying. The scenario has become unlikely. It's like I've gotten halfway through assembling a car and realizing I'm building an Etzel. No, pull that out. I want to go back and rip out huge sections of the story and start over. It needs, I have a sort of an image of an end game, but I am muddling up the transition from the beginning to the end. The idea was to introduce the protagonist to the wider world of which he is a part. This is the first story is supposed to be the call to adventure, the Campbellian journey, if you like. He has to realize that he knows what he is, and he can't hide from those like himself, from the world he came from, forever. But it's bumbling along for a start. The premise that they ended up doing a book report of all things about missing persons for their classes. And, some of these ideas I'm getting up just are not gelling together. The initial premise is that, okay, this is something of a spoiler. Be warned. The people he's pursuing are almost as new to the world of vampires and of the Strigoi as he is at the point he's in the story. What the idea was is that a small-time criminal, a gangster, drug dealer, stumbled across a group of vampires by accident, namely the band members from the story, who to cheat one of his dealers, and he promptly pimp-slapped them around and made it clear he wasn't going to put up with that. But he's also, he's become aware of them, and he realized, and he sees the vampires and the others as the key to him becoming a big shot. Which is why he has taken most of his illicit money and is putting it towards figuring, making more vampires and more werewolves, finding ways to control them. He has a vision of using them as his personal. But as of yet, other than what he has picked up indirectly, particularly from the book stolen from the protagonist, he is not in contact with any vampire underworld. He's trying to start one. And I really don't have a common frame of reference for how events unfold in that kind of circumstances. I'm thinking maybe I should watch Breaking Bad to give some sort of reference frame, frame reference. Oh, I gotta read my Ask Basket. That is such a bad. That sounds so wrong. Okay, call it something else. Okay. I just realized what that sounded like when I said it out loud. Yes. Okay. So wrong. So wrong. But, yeah. You realize this red-haired, she thing, I'm picturing her 60 years from now. Oh, it's going to be ugly. I'm picturing these feminists. It's interesting though when my father's noticed this from his own personal experience. When a feminist breaks down and finally marries, it's startling. You either get one that destroys her marriage in short order, but he's seen a surprising number of them. I mean, barefoot, pregnant, little Janie housewife. They're not vacuuming it. They're not vacuuming pearls like Leave It to Beaver, but they're darn close. So a lot of these feminists, I think, are just somebody has told them. They decide that they're bitter because they don't think they're ever going to get a good man, and they have been taught and told to blame that on the men. And quite frankly, thanks to that, they end up pushing men away until they are long past their sell-by date. That's that's cruel reality. That's just cruel reality. Is that Men can be husbands and fathers. Men are marketable as husbands and fathers far longer than women are marketable as mothers and wives. At the wall, they hit it hard. And suddenly they wake up one morning and they realize that they can't get away with what they used to by rubbing their cleavage in a web camera. That they can no longer use moderately good looks or their youth or their femininity as armor against the dislike of men. And they realized that not only they weren't going to get a good man the way they were acting, and it had nothing to do with the men. They realized too late that they squandered their youth chasing men away. And as they hit about 30, their standards drop dramatically to the point when a man finally comes along and takes them as a girlfriend or a wife. Gratitude for being bailed out of eternal spinsterhood results in a rather vast sea change in their behavior. Oh, drat, where was I going? I forgot what I was doing. I forgot where I was going. Oh yeah, question box. Shouldn't let my mind wander. It's too little to be on its own. Let's see. I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways. You can't insist that men only value women for looks and then get mad. You can't are only capable of valuing women for their looks and then get mad when they actually do. And it's not just about looks. Everybody talks about how unfair it is to evaluate somebody by looks. Looks are the first sign of what's wrong with somebody. You come in, you see somebody who's in ill health, or who's overweight, or who's underweight, or who is a physical mess in any sense of the word, and you go, this person doesn't care about themselves. Why would I be interested? This person is unhealthy. This person it all goes back to biology. The fundamental purpose of men and women seeking each other out is the propagation and continuation of the species and of civilization itself, which are basically one and the same thing. Men are hardwired to want young, fertile, healthy mates. Females are hardwired to want strong, virile, reliable providers. in our culture, in biological terms, a man getting older does not preclude him being a strong protector and a good provider. But biology has dictated that a woman past a certain age is less and less likely the man. One of the most fundamental things that is desired out of a family, children. And even if he's only interested, even if he doesn't want children, if all he's interested in is sex, if the old joke, you can tell when a woman's married is when she stopped putting on makeup. You get a lot of these women, the instant they get married, they quit caring. A lot of men do it too. So let's be straight up front about it. People should not only be judged by their looks, but it should be taken into account. It's only sensible. Okay, let's see, what do we got here? The mailbox. To open. Waiting. Alright. Orchestra? That tells me nothing. Look, I've been telling people that this is not a forum for conversations. Okay, this is for questions only. Questions only. For the show. Season 5 hype. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, Equestria Daily. EquestriaDaily.com, your go-to place for all things My Little Pony. Okay, I've seen the trailer. Okay, it's fairly obvious. It's interesting that that whole meanwhile in the Hall of Justice vibe I got from the Crystal Palace. That seems to be pretty much what it is. It shows them all in the throne room, and the table suddenly, produces a holographic map of Equestria that apparently indicates there's some place where disharmony is taking place. They go to investigate, and they find this village full of ponies who all have equal marks, the math thing, for cutie marks. And they're all real Stepford Smilers, and, it's kind of obvious what the plot of the season opener is going to be. Very obvious. And I say this is, I really hope they pull away from that very, very fast in the rest of the season. Super Friends was a great show, but I don't want to watch it with ponies. It was the slice of life stuff that made My Little Pony so great. because it was rich. It was full. It was developed, and yeah, a little peek there. They show the Griffin territory. Well, that's nice. Expanded. There's apparently the Griffins are apparently across an ocean. Gonna have to change a lot of stories to match that. Uh-huh. 26 episodes total. There's a 100th episode with background characters. Ooh, well, that's interesting. Cutie mark magic is the topic. Well, apparently going by that equals sign thing. Yeah. I am, you know, I'm always this apprehensive. I'm apprehensive because they could so screw this up. You know, it tells you something that it reaches a certain point where you worry about what they're going to do with the show as much as you. Well, look at this. They're getting a lot more background characters, a lot more details. Look at that. Very nice. Nice to see. Nice to see. And a lot more different body builds. Look at that. Very skinny, very thick, angular. Very nice. I like that. They're branching out, so to speak. I really hope that the background characters include Snips and Snails. Give them a break. Really, give them a break. You know, what did they do to? And here's some. Get some of the monsters here. Interesting. Interesting new characters. Steampunk pony. Okay. Apparently the topic is going to be Cutie Mark Magic. Yep, well, Cutie Mark Magic. Boom, there it is. They do some absolutely beautiful vinyls. What is? Nope. I'm so tired of that phrase, the 1%. Look, if you have running water in your house, you are one of the 1% for the planet, okay? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm dead serious here. If you have running water, clean, drinkable running water in your house, you're in the top 1%. Get out of here. Or yuppie. Or a little teen bopper. Blogging about the 1% from their iPhone. There's going to be teeth removed. The boomer generation was a bunch of spoiled brats that needed to be told that they they needed to be slapped in the mouth and told they were a bunch of spoiled little shits. Yes, I do blame the 60s for everything. The 60s were where some things were unleashed on this country. And we are still suffering from it. I'm mean enough to think that we could have saved the future if we had gone out, just rounded up everybody at Woodstock and shipped them off to some island near Cuba someplace. Hey, they love your so few thousand college students. Their horror stories after they finally managed to paddle their way back the Gulf would have put people off of socialism for an entire 2 or 3 generations. I feel so sorry for the refugees who came to this country hoping to be free in the past, couple of years, couple of decades. Must be like to be one of the Vietnamese boat people, or one of the refugees who dug their way under the Berlin Wall to escape, only to get to Western civilization, and the same crap that they ran from is being ginned up here. Can you imagine the weeping of frustration? Imagine. I can only compare it to what it must have been like to be a Jew in Europe back during World War II. And and a lot of them did flee. They did try to flee, but everywhere they fled, the anti-Semitic tide was rising right behind them. Flee to one country only to have the Germans annex it or conquer it, and flee all the way to England, and then wonder if you're ever going to have, and that's it. There's nowhere left to run. Everybody talks a lot about how they could have avoided World War II by doing things differently in World War I. I don't think they could have. I really don't. I don't. There might have been. There may have been. There could have been a lot of things. But most of the suggestions that they make sort of ignore the fact that socialism and the poisons that come with it he started spreading. Karl Marx wrote his book while he was living in England, didn't he? Talk about to run. We might have delayed it for a few years or decades. You know, they had the average time travel story, go back in time, kill Hitler, kind of thing. Might have delayed it for a little while, for a few years, for a few decades, maybe for a decade or two. But the poison was already there. The seeds had already been planted. Owie, bit my cheek. I hate that. Hate it when it bites my cheek. Not a thing you can do for it. Neck's a little shorter. His neck here is quite a few feet shorter than it was in the original picture. Have to move it up here a little bit. The Jews were already pleading for refugee status, and the Western countries, including America, were turning them away. The poison had already spread. It's telling that every time, pretty much every time a tyranny arises, a vicious totalitarian state arises, one of the first categories of people to get listed for rounding up and eventual extermination is the Jews. I think it's because, quite frankly, the people of this world, the evil in the hearts of men, they recognize instinctively the chosen people of God. And there is nothing more than the devil wants to do than wipe those people off the earth. Because their promise, all the promises made to them are not fulfilled yet. Thwarting God's will is the sole design of the devil's existence. The promises, the people, many Bible students don't realize it's not really taught that much. Is that you have to understand that the promises God made to Abraham were absolute. Not, they were unconditional. That someday Abraham's children would inherit a kingdom. Israel, as it stands, it's only a small fraction of the land promised to Abraham. Israel has never fully claimed all the territory that God promised to Abraham. That's another thing most people don't know. That little spit of land is only the farthermost edge of it. Someday the Hebrew people are going to claim all that land that is currently being squatted by other people set about to their destruction. Yes, we know about Jacob and Esau. The promise was not to them. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Jacob's sons. That the line down which it came. The Muslims teach, contrary to the actual that Isaac's half-brother was the recipient. He was not. Even if you ignore the Israelis' claim to the Holy Land for literally thousands of years, they have a claim to that land by right of trial by fire. The Yom Kippur War, the 7 days war, how many different times since the foundation of the reestablishment of the Israeli state, how many times? 3, 4 times they have been attacked by the nations around them, en masse. They not only fought back and won, they drove the enemy back. Every inch of that land was paid for in Israeli blood. The so-called refugees of Palestine are anything but. The Muslims promised them, if you'll just get out of the way, we'll kill all the Israelis, and give you their land. And so the Palestinians, and guess what? Jews refused to lie down and die. The invading armies lost, and the Palestinians lost their land. Crimea River. Teeth are a little garish. Leave that off. Well, I found a new fan that I am enjoying. It's a neat fan fiction series, actually. The first one is already done, and the author is starting on a second one. And he has a lot of little storyettes, little excerpts and short stories and stuff that you might want to check out too. Excuse me. It's by Harry Lefferts. What a name. Harry Lefferts from Nova Scotia, Canada. Yeah. Harry Lefferts from Nova Scotia, Canada. Yeah. Yes, I'm going to make fun of it. Don't wave a steak in front of a dog's nose and expect him not to snap. But Harry Lefferts, let's see here. He has 10 stories. of anything, but the one I am following is he's got it set in what he calls the WATLP universe. Chamber. Let's see here. It's a crossover between My Little Pony and let's see here. The Wizard and the Lonely Princess. It's a crossover between My Little Pony and Harry Potter. I've seen several different Harry Potter crossovers, but this has an original take on it. Is that at the time of Harry Potter's childhood, Luna is still imprisoned on the moon. It's near the end of her imprisonment, but she's still there. She and Luna, she and Nightmare Moon are two separate entities now, trapped on the moon. One on the day side, one on the night. And apparently Harry makes a desperate wish, looking up at the moon one night, that he had just one friend. And at the same time that Luna is doing the same. And it starts out that Harry wakes up. It's supposed to happen about when he's about 8 years old, and he wakes up on the moon, on Equestria's moon, while he's dreaming. While he's asleep, he wakes up on her moon, and when she sleeps, she wakes up in his world, and she basically becomes his quote-unquote imaginary friend. And in the process, Nightmare Moon gets in on the act. And in spite of everything, they become fast friends to Harry Potter. And the story, The Wizard and the Lonely Princess, follows the first novel. Harry Potter and the Chambers, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. And it's very well written. The author has a problem with past and present tense. I think English is his second language, because he keeps switching from past to present tense without warning. But still, if you can get past that, it's a great read, and an interesting premise. Because one of the things that happens along the course of the story is that Harry decides to make a doll of Luna, a plush toy, and he makes one, and Nightmare Moon, being the opportunist she is, possesses it. She thought he was experimenting with some arcane magical something or other, and that he had just created a new body and for her, or for Luna. And so she tried to take her, and she hops up. She now this world shall know the fury of what are you laughing at? She's a plush toy, about this a couple of feet tall, and from that point on, she goes around with her. She's his stuffed toy, and because he's a wizard, nobody thinks anything of it. In the wizarding world, they don't really realize that Nightmare Moon, the plush toy, is a lot more than just a magically animated toy. And they don't know about Luna, who is basically a ghost. She's an out-of-body traveler. And the first volume follows, like I said, the first book in the series, with some interesting changes in the plot and in how things pan out. And it's very well written. The author is not afraid to divert. The author manages to diverge in very interesting ways from the original plotline, and still fill out the main plot points. They do have the the whole shove the Weasleys to the side thing. What is it? Why do people dislike Ron Weasley so much? I mean, really? I never, I'm having trouble understanding. Okay, he's not the greatest character in the book. But still, he's there for Harry throughout all his adventures. And even when a less courageous and slightly smarter person would be running the other direction, he's right there. I mean, he's out there facing down Dementors and giant tarantulas and Death Eaters and everything else under the sun right next to Harry Potter. And he gets absolutely no love from any of the fans anymore. Interesting though, the guy that played on the movies, actually a really cool guy. Nice dude. He has not let fame go to his head. In fact, he's having fun. The first thing he did was, but most people would go, they'd buy, most guys would go out, they would buy like a mansion or a sports car. You know what he bought? He went and bought an ice cream truck. Just an ice cream truck. Because as a kid, he always wanted one. He just always wanted it, and it was cool. But the first day he drove it out, he realized he had a couple of kids trying to wave him down. And he didn't have any ice cream in there. So the very next day, he loaded that sucker up with, he went out and he bought tons of push pops and ice cream cones and drumsticks. Put up the freezers. And he just drives around now to neighborhoods and gives the ice cream away for free to the kids in the neighborhood. He doesn't even tell them who he is. He has a lot of people going, "You look an awful lot like Ron Weasley from that movie." He says, "Yeah, I've been told that," and he gives them an ice cream cone. I will say, though, that the author in this story throws Ron a bone. Ron is your main character because, due to circumstances, he doesn't make friends with Harry Potter directly. Not on the train. But in one chapter, Ron spends the day playing chess. They're just idling the day away. It's the Christmas break. And Ron's sitting there playing chess with Nightmare Moon, the plush toy. and she points out, she beats him for a couple of games. He managed, but she says he's a great player, and she points out to him, if you did this professionally, you could pull in some major bucks. And he goes, "What?" And he's like, "You mean they can playing chess professionally?" "Yes, you're good enough. And the prizes can, you can make, you can pull thousands of pounds." And it's obvious right there. That's, she's set him on a whole new course in life. I'm like, that's kind of cool. Nice. Throw poor Ron, a bone for. Give him a break. He's not a jerk, but even though he's not in the story, he's not turned into a jerk like most writers do. Anyway, the story's clever. It's well written. Well, if you ignore the problems with present tense. Very emotional, very sentimental, and some of it I laughed hard, I cried at some point. There's one scene that I will remember to the day I die. I gotta say this. I've always felt that every story, every fiction or novel or book, or every writer has one or two, maybe one or two mental images that summarize the whole story for them. That they build the whole story around to get to that point. For me, for example, it doesn't even have to be the climax of the story. It's just the kernel of the idea that gets the whole thing growing. For example, there's one author who wrote a children's book about a young boy who meets a phoenix. And he said he was crossing the grounds of the university he was at, and he glanced over at one of the buildings. He had the strangest mental image of this enormous, dignified-looking bird doing a pratfall out of one of the upper windows and tumbling into the bushes below. And he didn't know why that mental image crossed his mind, but it was so hilarious that he had to sit down. He absolutely had to sit down and write a story that explained how it happened. And the scene does occur in the book, but it's not even a main plot point. But but the rest exists because in my case, the story Nix's Family. The whole story revolved around the kernel of the image of Nix and Shining Armor getting in a water fight in the kitchen, and Cadence walking into the middle of it. That was the point from which the whole story expanded outward in every direction. Well, in this case, I think I know which one is the heart of the Wizard and the Lonely Princess. There's one scene I will be laughing at until the day I die. Is an enraged Nightmare Moon plushie going after Moaning Myrtle with a plunger. There's this one scene where Nightmare Moon meets, she's wandering around the castle in her plushy body, and she stumbles into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and Moaning Myrtle does her usual routine. Oh, you're just like all the rest. You're just here to make fun of me. And she whirls around and dives down the toilet. And this hawks Nightmare Moon off. She hates, she says, if there's one thing I hate is people that put words in my, she runs out, she comes back with a plunger and plungers Moaning Myrtle right down the toilet. I thought I was going to die. That and one other scene where they were getting ready for the first Quidditch match. And Nightmare Moon, she's Nightmare Moon has managed to get hold of an air horn and cast the Canterlot Royal Voice spell on it. You got a picture. She's a little Nightmare Moon plushie. Sitting on, and she's dressed up in a Gryffindor, little miniature Gryffindor, yay team, and she pulls out this air horn as big as she is, and hits the horn and wakes up literally everybody in the castle. And of course, boom, 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 here come all the entire staff to the Gryffindor wing. And Mrs. McGonagall, she sees Nightmare Moon. They know Nightmare Moon's a living toy, and they pick her up, and McGonagall picks her up and starts to scold her. And Nightmare Moon just looks at her, looks down at the air horn that she's holding onto with her hooves, looks at the button, and right in McGonagall's face. I thought I was dying. It's just absolutely hysterical. And the story is full of moments like that. It's really worth the read. It really is. And he's got a sequel to it. There's a couple other stories set in the same verse, but the sequel, which he has just started and only has one chapter, is for the Chamber of Secrets. And let's see. I have no idea what his writing rate is, but let's see here. This is his first chapter posted March the 1st. And let's see here. When was this? Let's see here. Well, it's been a while. This is a pretty old story. It's well, no, it was started in 2012 and finished in 2015. So don't expect it to be cracked out at the same rate that the novels were. Anyway. You just have to picture the, Miss McGonagall from the movies, standing there holding a plushie with an air horn, her hair blowing back in the wind. That's, yeah. Well, not a kudzu plot, but any plot, any story starts out with a kernel of an idea. And that kernel of an idea is often just a mental image of a particular scene that's awesome, or too funny, or too touching to not make a story out of it. Okay, let's see here. Oh yes, I need to sort through these. That's just. Oh, this is just ducky. I got some stuff I gotta do here. Okay, let's see here. 49. Oh, gas. Pardon me. Pardon me. Let's see here. There's something I gotta write out here. It's just get my pen. Taking a minute. I've gotta. This is late. Gotta mail it out. Gotta get an envelope. Gotta get a stamp. Where's my pen? Okay. So many things to do, so many stories to tell. La da dee, da da dee dee. I am so disorganized. I need 20 of me, just to come through my house and straighten up everything so I can. What level of shame do you you have to stifle when you finally break down and hire somebody else to clean your house. I know people that hire maids and then clean their house so that the maid won't think they're slobs. I'm like, that maid knows. She knows. And I'm like, I don't mean be a slob deliberately, but I'm saying, don't break your back for something you paid somebody else to do. It's foolishness, silliness. Page the order of... I've seen a lot of different money orders, and it's kind of sad that the U.S. postal money order is the only one that's laid out in a way that makes sense. You have a paid from and a paid to section with all little lines for the information that you need. In these others, in these MoneyGrams, they got a line, paid to the order of, and then they got, you're supposed to put your address down here, but they don't have an address for the, it's just stupid stuff like that. I really don't think that through, I don't think, when they design those things. I'm old school. I remember when they still used graph paper, Not graph paper, what you call it? I can't even remember what it's called. That black carbon paper. That's right. I remember when they used carbon paper on those things. You had to write down, press down firmly to get, your trans. Bridge. Okay. Where did I put my stamps? Here we go. There we go. Okay. Those stamps had better be in here. I put them in there on purpose. That's always fun. Buy stamps, lose stamps. Buy stamps, lose stamps. Always something. Well, that kind of sucks. Find an envelope. I can't find nothing where I put it. God, it's just pain in the butt here. That's annoying me. It's annoying me extremely. Looking for stamps. I had stamps here on my desk in this little folder. You're killing me. This is going to go to the landlord. I own my house, but I have to pay rent. What does that tell you about the obvious flaw? my life designs. Got a checkbook here I don't ever use. Don't use it for a very obvious reason. I don't trust written checks. I learned. I figured out long ago that handwritten checks. Myself in so much trouble. I never use handwritten checks, and I never used a credit card for very simple reasons. I just didn't want to mess with them, and I didn't want any trouble with them. You know what I'm saying? I did not want. I haven't. I had enough trouble keeping my finances squeaky clean as it is. I did not need this trouble with a check arriving late or early or any of that other crap. Borrow, trying to make money magically disappear on a particular day. No thanks, don't need it. Begging for trouble with that kind of stuff. This is how the government got into the mess it's in. Economic policies written by village idiots, I swear. Let's see. Put that up there. Fudge. Ah, a whole book of stamps. Where'd they go? Here we go. Very nice. Very good. Fabulous! Found it. Let's see. Yep. Wasn't it, though? Let's consider this. The humble libertarian has objections to libertarianism and rebuttals. Copy. And very well thought out, very well written, and with a lot of references. Anyway, one of the arguments against its libertarians would let drugs flood our streets. Okay, apparently, Portugal has empirically proven this false. By completely decriminalizing drug possession over a decade ago, the country has actually achieved better metrics on drug abuse than it had before, and better than we have in the United States. You try and tell an average Christian this, and they get upset. This troubles me about the Christian community, is that they are so wed towards forcing people in ethical and moral behavior by way of the law. That they ignore when they are violating morality by doing so. Let's see here. 10 years ago, the European nation of Portugal decriminalized the recreational use of all drugs. The BBC reminds us that there were warnings that the policy would be disastrous, and the country would be haven for drug tourism. A decade later, Portugal has not only managed to avoid becoming a festering, unsavory train wreck of rampant drug addiction, its drug situation has actually improved. By all indications, the country has more positive statistics on drug use than any other in the Eurozone, as well as compared to the United States. When Portugal made its sweeping drug reform in 2001, it had some of the highest levels of hard drug use in Europe. Only 5 years later, illegal drug use among teens in Portugal declined, and rates of new HIV infections caused by sharing of dirty needles dropped, while the number of people seeking treatment for drug addiction more than doubled. And following decriminalization, Portugal had the lowest rate of lifetime marijuana use in people over 15 in the EU, 10%. The most comparable figure in America is in people over 12, 39.8%. Proportionally, more Americans have used cocaine than Portuguese have used marijuana. Interesting, isn't it? I like to point this out to people. The Bible, the Old Testament, the Hebrews were given, in some instances, what some would regard as some of the strictest laws in existence. Ones that specifically addressed issues like what food they ate. But at the same time, they also had the most libertarian legal system, because there were many things that were not even touched on. There were wide, sweeping policies and liberties that were granted by the system anywhere else in the world. It is notable that the Hebrew laws, the Old Testament laws, the laws written down according to the Bible by God Himself, were meticulous enough to address the questions of how, of what food a person was allowed to eat. But the question of drug use of any form, alcohol or any of it, was not even addressed. There are oblique references in the Bible to drunkenness, but those are often, but again, that is a reference to abuse of a substance. and further, usually in the same breath as a condemnation of gluttony. The stress, as always, was not on the substance, but on the abuser. That it was the choice of the one using it to do so in excess. My father is adamantly pro-drug control. He also thinks that they should outlaw alcohol and tobacco and a number of other things. But he is grievously biased. He has admitted from time to time that there is no real condemnation of actually using wine or alcohol in the Bible. In fact, it was used quite frequently by the apostles and by Christ himself. And that, no, it was not grape Kool-Aid. God's stance on drug control sort of gets underlined when he turned water into wine for a wedding party after everyone at the party had drunk their fill already. And not only that, but the steward praised it as being the best that had come out yet. That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting miracle for God to perform. If he condemns the use of alcohol. The Bible does say, "Woe unto a man that puts a bottle to his neighbor's lip, and that wine is a mocker and strong drink is raging." It also has several dozen passages in that speak positively of the use of wine and of the fruit of the grape. Again, the emphasis is not on the substance, but on the user. I don't use alcohol because I've tasted it and it tastes like blood. There are other things to drink, but quite frankly, I could abuse energy drinks just as easily. It wouldn't, I wouldn't be caught, I wouldn't go careening off the road after imbibing 4 or 5 Monster Energy drinks, but I could easily wreck my digestive tract or worse. Now, the problem with prohibition, is that it takes the responsibility off the individual to control themselves. It is the power in the hands of the government to control both people and substances. And governments are terrible at ethical issues on the individual scale. Let's make no mistake. The purpose of the law is to the law is a dictation by the people. These are behaviors we approve of. These are behaviors we do not approve of. These are the punishments we will levy against those who engage in the forbidden behaviors. This is why murder is against the law, because we as a people have found it immoral. This is why theft and violent assault and fraud and rape and public depravity are outlawed because as a society we have said these are wrong. We will not approve of them, we will not tolerate them, and we will punish them accordingly. All law dictates morality. The question is, whose morality shall be dictated? The problem is that many think that because the law dictates morality, that it should be used to enforce all moral codes. And that anything dictated by the law as immoral is de facto immoral. The first ignores that the Bible is, again, rather explicit that there are many things that are between a man and God himself. And that there are other things that are a matter of situation and circumstance, like it or not. The New Testament explicitly states again, all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. And while some things are lawful, do not engage in them around the weaker brethren, out of respect and compassion for their ignorance. At the same time, do not put a yoke around your brother's neck. And the second one, that everything the law says is morality, is basically man replacing God's law with his own. Man has come out and written in thou shalt nots where God has not said a not. The law is meant to protect people from those who would try to abuse them. It is not meant to protect them from themselves or to control them. And any such use is unethical and unchristian. Christians are quick to say, don't put a yes where God put a no. But that goes the other way too. Don't put a no where God put a yes. You want to get into a haul-out, drag-out, hair-pulling fight with another Christian. I mean, they will never speak to you again kind of argument. Question something like really thought about. Like polygamy. One man marrying several women. Submitted, it is not the ideal, but God is permissive enough to allow it because of the recognition that there will be times when one man and one woman might not be even possible. Polygamy was often promoted because it was protection for the women. If there were not enough worthwhile men to go around, it was better that they shared one than to have one woman living in poverty and alone without anyone. And let's review the Old Testament. There was no prohibition against polygamy, and in fact, in one passage, one of the kings of Israel, King David, was told that if he had wanted more wives, God would have provided them. There are passages in the Old Testament laws that deal with certain questions about being married to more than one wife. For instance, it was permitted, but you were not to marry two sisters. It makes sense from a genetic standpoint, but I suspect that it made a lot of sense from a historical perspective too, according to from the Hebrew view, because of the strife between Rachel, Jacob's wives, Israel's wives, and the strife between the mothers, Abraham's wife Esther and her handmaid Rahab over Ishmael and Isaac. Of course, they weren't sisters. That's probably a wrong example. But one man marrying two sisters? No. Bad. It was forbidden. It was said that a king was forbidden to have many wives, but he was also forbidden to have many horses and too much gold. It was basically because they're supposed to have too much power. If a king had lots of horses, he could start up a war very easily, because horses were steed, and having too many wives was a formula for serious trouble, as Solomon showed. Even in the New Testament, it was the one mention of marriage was that deacons and pastors were to be men of one wife. You will know they were supposed to have a wife, no more, no less. They weren't supposed to be single men. That's a provision that is handily ignored by most denominations today. Because it makes sense, because a deacon or a pastor cannot minister effectively to households with husbands and wives, so on and so forth, if he doesn't have, if he doesn't understand what being married is like. But you try and address the issue of polygamy with the average modern Christian who has 2,000 years of tradition, 2,000 years of European Christian tradition guiding his thought processes. Or you tried to discuss the issue, which isn't even that old in this country. It wasn't even an issue until shortly after the local churches in many states found out they weren't going to be able to levy a tax against the state citizenry. The history of the tithing doctrine is a sordid one. You question tithing or something, you just abstract things, just things off the usual beaten path, and it will end friendships. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the Bible actually says. I've been in an argument with one guy online, and he's busy. All his arguments consist of reading. Basically, consist of him reading between the lines in the scriptures, rather than reading what they actually say. Okay, twain shall be one flesh. As it has been pointed out, the Bible also says that a man who goes to a prostitute becomes one flesh with her. It's not a metaphor for marriage, it's a metaphor for copulation. Yes, deaconesses are long established in various church denominations, but the problem is they're supposed to be the husband of one wife. That establishes both marital status and gender. Yeah, Baptists, us Baptists, we know what happens when a state church happens. We didn't want a state church, we didn't want a church run by the state, and we didn't want a state church, which was the same thing. No law respecting the establishment of a religion, nor prohibiting the exercise thereof. In other words, the government wasn't supposed to write laws setting up a state religion, and it wasn't supposed to prohibit the exercise thereof. It had nothing to do with people in government having religious values. Far from it. Yes, like I said, Adrian, pair bonding. Man, one wife. That was the ideal. That's the best possible arrangement. But God was obviously, clearly, explicitly permissive enough to allow a man to marry more than one wife at the same time. He did not say anything about it to any of the founding fathers. Not to any of the apostles, not to any of the forefathers of the Old Testament. None of them. You'd think at some point God is not in the habit of being obtuse about what is forbidden. I don't know if there was a deaconess. I believe I'm thinking you're thinking of Lydia. She was a businesswoman. She sold purple. They sold clothes, especially purple clothes. Royal purple dye was very, very expensive, and she was apparently a heavy hitter in the local economy. Anyway, I wouldn't marry more than one woman. I can't imagine marrying more than one woman. But I am going to be, if I ever meet a man who's married to more than one woman, I am going to, if I am even the least bit honest with myself, I am going to be very hard pressed to condemn his lifestyle. Because a God who is so specific that he tells people types of bird they can and cannot eat isn't going to be vague about whether or not a man can marry more than one woman. And he said nothing on the issue. And in fact, told one of the, again and again, I bring this up, he told King David, if he had wanted more than one wife, he would have provided it. And yet David's sin was not polygamy, but adultery. He took a woman who was not his own, who was married to somebody else. There's supposed to be a prophetic section of the Bible. It says that there's where women will come together and say, it's better for us to be married to this one guy than to be alone and destitute. And polygamy, and some taken it as a prophetic verse that sometime in the near future that polygamy is going to make. Frankly, though, I think that polygamy in this society, bigger headache than it's worth, really. I can't imagine, I can imagine in a time of hardship, especially, marrying more than one wife, a much more ideal situation. Because if you live in a society that's tore up, being married, two or three women who have lost everything are going to pool the resources and grab the only male available. Is this good? Is this bad? All I know is that it's not forbidden by Christ or by God. And then if it is, you have to stretch quite a bit to drag verses out of context to fit into the argument. One of the things I like to talk about is that a lot of the all the married couples that had more than all the examples of polygamy in the Bible, the married person had trouble, and I'm like, then every marriage is illegitimate, because all the marriages where there was one wife had trouble. Look at Job's marriage. Or, there are dozens of examples in the Bible of people who had only one wife and they had all sorts of trouble and grief and problems. Same as the ones that had multiple ones. So, use your own discernment. Nowadays, we live in a culture that's we are living in a culture that is thousands of years old. For all that we talk about how America is, brand new and just a couple of centuries old, we have roots in Europe and in the past that go back, 2 millennia. And 2 millennia of slowly accumulating culture that the very idea of multiple wives and concubines and the like has been squeezed out of our society. And there you have it. It would cause, I would not recommend it right now. That may change as the culture shifts. But for the most part, right now, too many people have hang-ups about it, and it would cause too much trouble for it, and give you too much grief about it, and it would make your marriage a terrible hardship, and it would cause many people to stumble in confusion. So you would have whether it was really worth all those cultural norms. And it rarely is. Sometimes it's just not, frankly, it's just not worth the headache of butting heads with all the butt heads in charge of your culture. I think with the culture we currently have, as licentious as it is, polygamy is going to come back. That Christians are going to be opposed to it on nebulous grounds. That's a sad thing. Nebulous, unscriptural grounds. They're just and put it in the same boat as, for instance, gay marriage, because it will be brought back in along that back route rather than being reintroduced by virtue of the fact that it is not against any of God's commandments. This is a question that comes to my mind. If a taboo, if a legalism withers away due to licentiousness rather than to virtuous understanding, is that bad or good? Is that good or bad? For instance, if Christian, this is a regional thing. Christians in Europe don't have quite as much trouble with the idea of consuming alcohol. But if in Western civilization, if Christianity gradually came to accept the use of alcohol again, due to society's general malaise, is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's still a false teaching. Oh, God forbid man to drink from alcohol, and it's not true. It's not true. God did not forbid the use of alcohol or wine. In fact, God himself used it frequently. And no, it was not grape Kool-Aid either. It was not grape juice. It was not purple drank. It was the real deal. Real enough that the apostles were accused of being drunk on it. New wine, yes, was an alcoholic beverage. So, but anyway, what if society changes that much, have we become more enlightened or more corrupt? This is why God cautioned against causing the weaker brethren to stumble, because many would see you indulging in something that they thought was a sin, and they would be encouraged to do it, and they would be doing it against their own good conscience. And in essence, they would be sinning themselves, against what they believe God's teaching to be. I think that particular issue is not taught very clearly, I think it needs to be examined more closely and made sure that we are properly understanding what is being said there, because there are many virtuous things that we do that there are other people in this world who are utterly convinced are a sin. Others that think it's there are people who think it's an absolute sin to eat pork, and they will give you epic levels of grief over it, and they're not going to be fooled just by the fact that you refuse to eat it in their presence. At what point does somebody else's legalism stop becoming an obligation on your part? At what point does your personal liberty as a Christian, at what point do you have to assert it? There has to be a point where you say, enough of your legalist nonsense. That's not what the Bible says. It's not what Christ said, and it's not what I'm going to control my behavior by. And if you don't understand that, I'm sorry, that's tough. Causing the babes in Christ to stumble. The assumption of babes in Christ is that a baby eventually grows up. As Mark Twain said about censorship, he said censorship is like refusing to let a man eat a steak because a baby can't chew it. There has to come a point where the stumbling infant is corrected and told in no uncertain terms that no, this is not in the scriptures. It is not a scriptural law. It is man's tradition, and you are mistaken. But at what point? I have no idea. Probably it's different for each situation, each person, each issue, each topic. And whatever we do, it has to be done prayerfully and with love and compassion in mind. And if that was easy, everybody would do it. The U.S. and Canada were British colonies. We firmly established that in the 1700s, and we re-established it in the 1800s. Sorry, no go. We are no longer your colony. And it's insane. Can you imagine what can you imagine what some isolated civilization would think, looking down on us right now, seeing the United States over here, this huge half a continent, okay? America, the United States covers about half a continent. Canada covers the top half. But we cover about half a continent from one ocean to another. And we have, we're the biggest superpower on the planet right now. And over here on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean is this little bitty island. You hawk a loogie and you cover it. Little bitty island, no bigger than this. Eat me, teeny tween. An island smaller than some of the ranches owned by Australians. Let's put it that way. You got this big old continent. You got Australia, an entire, which is a nation and a continent all by itself, which is impressive. And then you got America over here. You got this little bitty island full of little bitty people who look down their great big noses at us and call us the colonies. Okay? Let me make it clear to all the British, we crap islands larger than you. Okay? Literally. On a daily basis, our nation's septic systems flush out enough brown matter to rebuild an island your size. Okay? Your entire nation would be a suburb in our country. You were the British Empire. You now are an island. Or actually a handful of islands. Some of which aren't too happy with you and are trying to leave. So, okay, lecturing us about your days of lecturing the new kids about your days of glory is getting kind of stale. No, my bile is quite directed, and the warrant is out for it. Look, I'm tired. I get tired of British people looking down on Americans. Okay, we kicked your ass twice, and we bailed it out twice, alright? We kicked your ass in 76, we kicked your ass in 1814. And then, you went out and got in a playground fight with all your little friends over in Europe, and we had to come over and haul your ass out of the ashes twice! And despite everything we do, I'm sorry, thousands of years. You had like 1,000 years of history, and you still couldn't seem to get past castles, sailboats, and having people come in and conquer your country and change the every few hundred years. In less time than it took you to build one of your cathedrals, we went from oxen cart to putting blueprints on the frickin' moon. Yeah, there are two kinds of countries in the world. The kind that use the British, there are two kinds of countries in the world. The kind that use the metric system and the kind that go to the moon. And to Mars. And who circumnavigate the globe in an airplane. And who build the internet. The automobile, rock and roll, the jawbreaker. Do not make the mistake of thinking that because we have a circus clown running around wrecking things in the White House right now, that we are down for the count. We know who our friends are, we know who our enemies are, and we have a long memory. And we are heartily sick of people in the old country talking smack about us. Because quite frankly, as bad as things are, we can read the newspaper now. You're hosed over there. Darn, can't find that article. America has given more blood, treasure, and charity to the rest of the world than the next three nations combined. both our government and our private citizens have opened their pocketbooks and even their veins to help people in need around the world. We have fought wars on behalf of innocent people the world around. All that bullshit about us establishing, supposedly us building tyrants up, what that was us having to choose between the lesser of two evils, between a shoddy despot running some tin pot country or a communist empire that was looking to swallow it whole and make it into an even bigger shithole than it already was. The only thing our soldiers, we fought in 2 wars, and the only thing we asked for was enough ground to bury our dead. By all rights, half the territory in Europe should belong to America, if history and tradition were ever to have been followed. We've forgiven debts other countries owed us that would have beggared a lesser nation. We opened up our harbors and our doors to refugees from all over the world. We took in so many that we have had no choice but to start controlling who comes in because we're simply running out of room. You want to talk about who the great nation is? Which way are the boats going? You want to talk about how decadent, how yesterday's news America is. Which way are the boats going? Those people in Cuba aren't paddling their way across shark-infested waters on pool toys because they think they'd like to have a McDonald's cheeseburger, okay? We're a struggling country. We're a sickly country. We've got troubles up the wingwalk, but welcome to the world. Congratulations. You've noticed something that pretty much every country on the planet has. Problems. We're still the best damn nation on this planet. We're still holding things that British all their glorious Hail Britannia greatness are throwing away with both hands. I'm sorry, you managed to piss me off, fella. You managed to hit just the wrong button. I love my country, and I've got nothing against any other. I ain't got too much against any other country, but I've got no use and no respect for a nation that can't seem to pull itself out of its own rear end except by insulting my country. I know it's so freaking to do it too. I listen to your celebrities. And your sycophants. And I'll tell them the same thing I'm telling you. Kiss my flabby cracker ass. And no, I'm not going to apologize for my language. So I'm sick every time we turn around. Some gap-toothed, chinless wonder from Suck-a-Lime Town got something to say about how America hasn't got any culture and you're so primitive and barbaric and you're a bunch of cowboys. Jolly good. You want to talk how great, how great and cultured you are? 2 words: Spice Girls. America against other. America likes other countries. Americans go out constantly, going out visiting other countries. Those of us that can afford it. But excuse me, I don't see too many of you people coming over here and giving our culture any chance at all. Hello, our country covers almost as much territory as Europe does. To be greatly cultured in other. When you can drive 15 minutes and cross a national border. You live in Disneyland's small world display. No wonder you're familiar with dozens of cultures. You could ride a trolley around in a circle and be exposed to 20 of them. It's a world out there, a world of tea, a world of hope. Oh, we are so cultured, aren't we? We have 50 states. 50. Ranging from a tropical island to a subarctic tundra. We have mountain ranges that could swallow your whole country. Prairies and deserts. Teeming cities and forests as old as time itself. We've got hundreds of cultures and subcultures teeming throughout our country. Music you've never heard, languages you've never spoken, food you've never tasted. think you see you find ones to talk. You go out there, you see a McDonald's restaurant, and you think you discovered American culture. You like those weeaboo morons who think that Japan is like something out of Sailor Moon. So you on over and visit sometime, maybe get a little acquainted with our primitive, backwards, pathetic little country. We'll let you sit down at the table and talk about how great your country was. To everyone else in the room, I apologize. Losing my temper. I think I've rather bloody well had it. My country right or wrong? No, just my country. You'd better tread lightly about how you talk about her. so sick of people. I'm so sick of listening to people. I don't care whether they're from another country or from this one. I'm sick of listening to people who everything they have to this country talking trash about it. You don't, you're living in another country. You don't think you owe anything to this country. Do you speak German? No. How's your Russian coming along? You learned Russian yet? No. You haven't learned Russian? You're welcome on both counts. We had millions of our young men die in deserts and festering swamps. And godforsaken frozen corners of nowhere. Making sure people didn't wake up one morning with a hammer and sickle hammered onto its chest. Or a swastika carved into its walls. Now we're scratching to make sure that we don't wake up all bobbing towards Mecca like a bunch of bobbing birds. The fact that we've got a faction in this country who are obstructing that effort doesn't change that. We spent the last 15 years do you hear? We spent just under the last 15 years trying to rally the troops despite the best efforts of the UN to stop us. The same nitwits who went around sneering that America established tyrants now spend all their time frothing at the mouth because we deposed a couple of them. The only reason we had to go in and depose them now is because back when we could have done it clean easier, nobody wanted to continue the fight. The first Gulf War, we could have kicked Saddam Hussein right in the ass and been done with it. But no, we stopped at the borders. Because of a sudden deficiency in guts worldwide. And so what did we do? We waited 10 years. Do you know how many of those graves, those mass graves we found when we finally went in? Do you know how many of them were filled with children? All of them. There were little children who were born, lived in misery, and died in terror and agony because our allies didn't want to finish the job. And every 5 minutes there's some asshole talking about how, making jokes about, oh my gosh, I found some oil spilled on my front yard. America's going to invade. You don't want to see what a war for oil would look like. wouldn't consist of us trying to rebuild the country in less time than it Costco. We would have landed, we would have convoyed, beeline straight towards the wells and taken them. And that would have been it. We wouldn't have done another dang thing. That entire region would be known as the 51st state, Chevron. We saved the entire world from being caught in the street. We saved the entire world. You don't get America went into the first Gulf War for oil. They wouldn't have cared if it weren't for oil. So what? You people run on Mazola? What? Do you fill up your cars with Vidal Sassoon? That's the only export you seem to have. If Saddam Hussein had taken Kuwait and kept it, his goal was Saudi Arabia. He would have immediately had control of what percentage of the world's oil supply? Considering what he did to Kuwait, he could have brought the world to its knees. Nobody thought that pimply little nobody Hitler was going to be a big threat either. The next thing they know, he's marching into Paris. All they can do anymore is tell lies to each other about what warmongering monsters we are. Miserable bunch of little... You really want to know why I'm angry? This is why. This is how we get betrayed. We did something that no other country on earth can talk about. See that there? You know what that image is from? You know what that image is from? That's from Iraq. Shortly after we came in there. Stomped Saddam into a mud hole. That's something you can, there are pictures of that in Afghanistan too. That woman had her finger dyed to show the voting system. They had a very simple setting to make sure that nobody voted twice. Once they voted, they dyed their finger purple. In Afghanistan, for the first time literally in human history, women voted. That's what our country did. That's what the coalition we gathered did. Well, the legions of French popcorn farts out there who never had a good thing to say about our country contributed nothing. Right now we're in the clutches of a White House that is led by a man motivated to wreck this country as badly as he can manage. But you better dang well believe that we have a system that has survived a lot. He may very well be the acid test, the final test to see just how stubborn and resilient the American way is. But we will get him out of that office, and we will repair the damage he made. So don't you go looking down your noses at us just yet. We've done more in 200 years than most of the countries in Europe have done in 2,000. And we're just getting started. If you're going to talk smack about my country, you better, by God Almighty, that you're not within arm's reach. My grandfathers didn't bleed on European soil. Just that you could look down on your noses at us when we're struggling. That's all I've got to say about that. I'm going to let it go. Don't you dare talk down to me. Don't you dare. I'm not sure about that. I'm really not sure about that idea. S'mores, Oreos. AKA S'moreos. I don't know. I have tasted some very unusual Oreos. Came around to holidays, odd flavors, that kind of thing. Rice Krispie treat Oreos. There were little bits of Rice Krispie in the filling. Just, yeah. The berry flavored ones. They taste. Now this is saying something for an Oreo. Do you know how sugary an Oreo has to be in order for somebody who eats Oreos to say that's too sugary? All the flavors I tried, it was like I could literally feel the grains of sugar crunching between my teeth. I mean, I wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't recommend eating more than 5 without an insulin shot. Ugh. So I don't know what to. I'm seriously questioning whether they actually managed to make these s'moreos taste like s'mores, or whether they just made them taste like they were dipped in sugar. Um, I watched I watched the Sherlock Holmes series. The one set in modern, the modern Sherlock Holmes. First season apparently. That's all. Why is it that Netflix only has like one season of everything? Come on, streamline, people, streamline. You've got everything just floating out there in digital space. Just yeah, just don't toy with us here. No, we ceased being, Adrian, we ceased being a colony the day we threw the British out. Okay, any attempt to call us a colony is an insult. Realize that we are not a country in our own right. For an island nation that could fit in one of the corners of our states and rattle around to speak to us and call us the colonies is an act of pretentious arrogance by a people and a nation whose glory days were long past already. We are not the colonies. And you are not the great British Empire either, okay? Darth Vader's dead, the Death Star has been blown up. Your day is past. You are an island nation swaggering around, trying to pretend you're swinging a bigger stick than you ever had. We'll be polite to you, But when you start referring to us to the as the colonies, it's on like Donkey Kong, all right? And you are not Mario. You're the little bitch in the dress that Mario has to climb up the building to rescue, okay? Do not call us a colony. Anyway, I watched the first season of Sherlock Holmes. It's an interesting take on Sherlock, bringing him up to modern times, that kind of thing. Portraying him as being, as he refers to it, a high-functioning sociopath. Not sure what to make of that. I mean, I know he's... It's strange, though. It was originally... I watched the whole season, and it was supposed to be implied... originally it was implied that he was addicted to was cigarettes. But by the end of it, we're implying, he went undercover by posing as a junkie, and everybody was convinced that he had relapsed. And I'm like, there's a little continuity error there. He wasn't ever a junkie to begin with. He wore nicotine patches in dangerous amounts. But no, where did they come up with this? Left field. They forgot their own canon, basically. My favorite part was when he was planning for the wedding. Sherlock. And he did his scanning thing over one team and spotted him as an old flame of the girl. And he proceeds to read him, quietly read him the riot act and inform him that he was going to stay away from now on. Or else he was going to regret it. And the guy's like, "You're right, you're a psychopath. Of a high-functioning sociopath. With your phone number." Then he gives him the grin. Charming in a certain disturbing way. He's so protective of Watson and his wife. I loved how he curly-headed kid. He's in there. You need to wear it. No. It's just a uniform. No. It's just a suit. No. You gotta wear it. No. I'll let you see some cool pictures if you do. Really? Okay. He starts showing him murder victims on his computer. Kid's like, cool! And at the wedding speech, he looks over and the kid announces, he's trying to figure out how the murder was going to be committed. And the kid says, "I know." And Sherlock looks over him and he says, "If you do, there's a headless nun in it for you." I still want to see the. I know it was one of a noodle incident, but I'd love to see the episode "The Elephant in the Room." that would have been awesome, Yes, I'm starting to lose my voice. The hegemony of the Jews. Humor. That old joke, like the two Jews are sitting on a bench, and one looks over and sees that the other is reading Al Jazeera. And he says, "Oi, why are you reading that horrible newspaper? that horrible anti-Semitic newspaper. Why are you smiling? And the other one looks over to him and he says, well, I read the paper, and it's all full of bad news. I get depressed. I read the Al Jazeera. It's how about all the Jews are ruling the world, how all the Jews are responsible, how the Jews control everything. We're doing so great I can't help smiling all day. Oh, I'm thirsty. Let's see. I have soda here somewhere. Ah, there it is. I'm sorry, Adrian, but I'm sorry about that earlier, Adrian, but I get very, very angry when people make little slights against my country. You don't pick on the only thing lower than picking on somebody's mom is picking on on somebody's mom who's in the hospital. You know what I'm saying? Well, we're struggling a lot right now. And we've got people in power who are doing their damnedest to destroy us from the inside out. And those of us who are fighting are struggling hard. And this is not made easier by people making snide little remarks about us or portraying us all as fat in mobility carts. Or referring to us as if we were still under King George, for crying out loud. Just do not push that button, okay? No, we're not a colony. Calling somebody a colony is not a compliment. It's a slander. We quit being a colony we quit being a colony in 1776. And, Great Britain quit being an empire not all that long ago itself. So having a little bitty island nation calling us one of their colonies, no, not a compliment. As if we're diaper-wearing toddlers who can't toilet train themselves. No. Who can't manage things on their own. Well, pass it on to the rest of the British people. We don't like being called your colony. Any more than you would like your senile old aunt coming in. Oh, yes, my widow baby, bookie boom booms. Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I'm going to call it a night. We'll pick up tomorrow, same time, 6 o'clock. I gotta make up some ground here. Try and get things rolling. Stick out to midnight tomorrow. Anybody who I haven't driven off, feel free to come back. Don't, just, Adrian, seriously, Adrian, this should be obvious to anyone, but apparently, if you're seriously not able to grasp this because of some sort of cultural thing, you call somebody a colony, You're calling them a subject state. You're calling them an idiot child that cannot manage their own affairs. And if you get the opportunity, pass it on to the rest of Great Britain. You know, we're not flattered by the comparison. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. Y'all take care of yourselves. Say a prayer for me when you get a chance. Good night.